Recently, I sat down for a conversation with Echo. It was a Dolph interview. Happy Monday, my friends, and welcome to the stream. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend. Thank you for being here with me. Things look a little different, perhaps. I mean, they change around a lot in general, but I know I'm kind of small tonight. I've got new furniture in my game room down here. And so my camera had to move. It's a little bit further away. I don't know. Things might be in flux for a little while. We'll see. But I hope you're well, my friends. Thank you for being here. Sir Rack of Lamb is first in chat tonight with an honorable mention to Buddha Fingers, who was dropping messages in the chat before we started. Thank you for being here, both of you, my friends. And Zergling, Dead Zergling, is here as well. I hope you're doing well, Zergling. Thank you for being here. So Rack of Lamb says, the wonderful thing about dolphins is hearing them trying to speak. But it's not how do you do, like I would say to you. It's more of a click, whistle, and squeak. Sir Rack of Lamb is showing up with limericks. That joke didn't serve a lot of purpose, Zergling says. I can't argue with that, Zergling. Buddha Fingers was extra first. Extra double mega first. I'll see myself out, Sir Rack of Lamb says. So this will hopefully be our last night with this version of Ecco the Dolphin. This is Ecco the Dolphin on the Game Boy Advance. It was released on a cartridge called the Sega Smash Pack. It is a worse version of Echo, but it's a slightly easier version of Echo. Actually, probably a much easier version. It has no music. What you're hearing now is the only music I've heard so far in the game. The same 15-second loop goes through the entire game. So they stripped out what is arguably one of the Genesis game's best features and replaced it with this. The screen crunch is horrific on the GBA, but they did add checkpoints that don't exist in the original, so it's a lot easier to get through a lot of the levels. We're at the last level, my friends, the machine. It's like the machine, but different. The music loop, yeah. The machine, welcome to the machine on the Genesis, has just the worst music. So that's the level we're on. I played this on the Genesis last year. It was my first playthrough of the game. It was pretty rough. I got stuck several times, and then I made it to the last stage, and I was unable to beat the last stage for 21 hours. So I don't really expect I'm gonna finish the game tonight, but we're gonna try the machine for a few hours and see how I do. I am determined to beat this, if it takes another 21 hours of my life. I'm going to try and make it happen. So this is going to be an ugly night. It's going to sound bad. I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and mention the Wheel of Scorchin is off tonight. I do not have Jelly here with me. And since I don't have a safety net to cry out to for help, in case of the worst, I just decided to turn the wheel off completely. It's a unique experience. I know no backseating, but a question, can you try a code from the Genesis game? I mean, I suppose we could Butterfingers. It's a real hassle to get back around to the password screen, but sure. Do you have the code? Because I've already reset it. So we might as well do it now. How about that title theme music there? Please, oh. I don't think there are O's in the password. There aren't vowels in the password screen. That's impossible. Yeah, there are no vowels. So that answers our question. Hey, Buffalo Hopscotch, welcome in. Ahoy, Frownie. Hope you're having a good day, night. I'm having an alright time. Spirits are high. I have to hedge a little bit because I'm playing Ecco the Dolphin, which is just the worst thing you can do to yourself. So you can't use the Genesis codes? Did they have vowels? I guess they must have had vowels in the Genesis version, but I don't remember that. I don't know. I don't have any of my old passwords written down. I mean, I have them somewhere, but I don't have them near me. No kidding. I think it's a very beautiful game, but boy, is it frustrating. You said it. You said it, Buffalo. This is yeah. I mean, it looks. Most of the game looks great. Most of the game sounds great. The sound effects are not great. The music is mostly great. The last stage being a major exception to both of those. But yes, it's so frustrating. The gameplay is agony. Guess they had to change more than I imagined to get it in this port, Budafinger says. Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think I do remember vowels in the Genesis game because I believe some of the passwords came very close to spelling out curse words. And that sticks in my memory because I came very close to yelling out some curse words. Have you completed this one before? I've beaten the Genesis game. I've done one playthrough of the Genesis game. We're playing the Game Boy Advance game right now though, and this is my first playthrough of this one. It's basically identical, except they took out all the music and they crunched the screen, and they added a few checkpoints. They actually added several checkpoints. I shouldn't diminish that. I shouldn't downplay the checkpoints because they're hugely different. Checkpoints are so merciful. They are. They really are. Because, oh boy, some of the stuff that you have to do on repeat, and some of the stages where it's so easy to die at the end of the stage after you've done a ton of nonsense. Wow. Alright, here we are. This is what our night's gonna sound like, by the way. This is gonna be so much worse with the reduced visibility. You can swim off the screen, though. I don't know if you could do that in the Genesis one. I don't know how far I can get off the screen, but you can swim a little ways off screen. That's probably going to ultimately turn out to be a very bad thing for me, but... Hopefully they added a checkpoint at the end of this auto-scroller. If they did that, we're going to be golden, I think. I kind of doubt it. The pattern of the checkpoints has been that they happen when you unlock, when you open up the locked crystals, the glyphs. I hate this already. The screen is so compacted. Yeah, it's brutal. The stage before this, the tube. I did the tube the last time we played, and I was stuck on it. I was on the tube for like an hour before I realized that the obstacles that were in your way were destructible. The tube was abysmal though. The visibility and the visibility in the tube was just complete trash. Well, see, I got bamboozled because I remembered that in the late game here, your sonar becomes an attack. And I remembered that, and I tested it at the beginning of the tube. There's some jellyfish, and I tested it on the jellyfish, and it didn't work. And I was like, oh, I guess it's only an attack on the last stage for whatever reason. So then I didn't think to try it against the like diamonds that block your path. And it wasn't until just out of frustration I was mashing the button just to vent my anger on something. And I accidentally destroyed the obstacles and realized that I'd been a fool the whole time. Alright, you can still get pushed through some of the walls. That's good to know. A lot of this is actually stunningly familiar to me. Like, I don't remember the path by any means, but there's a lot of, like, as I'm seeing particular parts, I'm like, my mind is like, oh yeah. There are checkpoints in the maze? That can't be possible. This has got to be a fluke. How are you even supposed to get a sense of where you need to go? It was confusing full screen. This is even worse. Well, let's see. Let's see. Are there checkpoints in the maze? There are checkpoints in the maze. Easy game. GG, everybody. I mean, we're basically playing with save states now. I've never used a save state in my life, but this must be what it feels like. You say GG now, how many attempts of the boss you would have put up a wager? I do not. I would not want to bet against myself like that. Because either way I lose. Oh, hang on. That part I just went through there, I'm sorry to pause it, but that part is you have to swim off screen to get around that part right there. You actually have to, the screen is so crunched, you have to swim outside the screen to get around one of the obstacles. Wow. Oh no, I'm dead. I wonder if we got a new checkpoint. Help me save states, you're my only hope. Are you in space or a crashed spaceship? I don't know any of the lore in this game. In this part, we're in space. We have been taken up into the alien spacecraft after a giant underwater DNA molecule made us no longer have to breathe to stay alive and turned our sonar into a telekinetic attack. I would like to suggest a fun wager, 10 attempts, or you gotta eat one of the non-threatening candies off the wheel, Budafinger says. I don't know. I don't know if I want to open up. I don't know if I want to create. I don't know if I want to set a precedent for wagering against my gameplay like this. Sure, there's little harm now, but if it becomes an established routine, it has to escalate. Boy, that's gross. That the swimming, having to swim off screen to get around it. Boy, that's gross. Well, what's happening here? What? There's no reason to expect to still be alive. What a horrific experience. If this is the first way you've ever played this game, I mean, it's bad. It's bad on the Genesis, and it's worse on the Genesis, but still. If I hadn't previously played the Genesis version of this, I would not know what to think at some of these times. Oh no! Siraka Lambs is off. I go to bed. I have all 5 a.m. shifts again this week. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night, Siraka Lamb. I'm sorry we don't get to enjoy your company for longer stretches, but you got to take care of yourself. So, of course, put that first. Sleep well. Good luck with the early shifts, my friend. Okay, I understand, so I counter. I'll wager a gift sub against. That way, it can't get out of hand unless there's a reasonable compensation, although my intention was super low stakes. I mean, I do appreciate... I do recognize and appreciate that, yes, you did set the stakes very low. I mean, I can't say that I've never taken a wager on my performance, right? Because I did accept Sir Rack of Lamb's challenge, but I did also fail that challenge. What is, by the way, what is the please 00 code supposed to do for you, Buddha Fingers? Is it an invincibility? Is it an invincibility cheat? I can't. supposed to be an alternate level code for Beyond the Maze. Oh, it takes you directly to the boss? There's a bunch of codes that begin with please for all the levels. I didn't know this. What was I stuck on? I don't understand. I mean, having a bunch of codes with the word please in them is like... It's basically an admission from the developers that they knew, they acknowledge how frustrating the game is. I thought when I asked, you could get a notebook and the last code you found should also be the final fight code. I remember you took it down. Oh, yeah, it gives you a code after you defeat the boss for the final fight, right? I mean, I've got them somewhere, but I don't keep my codes in a notebook. Maybe I did back then, I don't remember. I keep my codes on Post-it notes. So I've just got a stack of like very dubious condition Post-it notes that are the record of all my codes. I don't think I've thrown any of them out. Maybe a few of them. I was using a notebook during Xanadu. I mean, I definitely, like, I have a notebook. It's just like a green composition book, but typically I'm only using that when I need to draw a map now. I don't know. I've used tons of different paper. I didn't put a lot of thought into it. It's just been mostly whatever's been convenient. Alright, I think the first time we broke out the notepad was Kirby's Dream Land 2, and that was like a yellow legal pad. I did very early on try to do the thing where you take a picture of the screen for the passwords instead of writing them down, but I just didn't like that. I don't know where to go there. I think I need to go off to the right, but I can't make it there before I get crunched. Hey, Game and Fit, welcome in. Hope your week's getting off to a good start. Take care, my friend. Did you know that one of the creators of Ecco was inspired by the movie The Shining? Because they both end with a maze? I don't think I did know that, or if I did, I forgot. No! Oh, I can't believe I salvaged that. This is probably a checkpoint, too, I was thinking. I remember this long tube here. So we probably hit another checkpoint there. I guess the psychic powers, too, is very... What was that? That crystal did not exist. That crystal did not exist in the Genesis version. That must be where the checkpoints come in. The other one must have just been off screen, or I must have taken it out off screen. So that was a checkpoint. They took the main character's descent into madness to heart. All work and no play makes Ecco a dolphin. Alright, that's pretty good, Buddha Fingers. You got me with that one. Well done. Hello, Emil. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Flipper. I know of Flipper, but I don't think I ever saw an episode of Flipper. Did they make a Flipper movie in the 90s? Like, around the time that, like, they made, like, the Brady Bunch movie and the Beverly Hillbillies movie? Did they make a Flipper movie around that time? Why is my health already gone? Oh no! Oh no, it's Ninja Gaiden. It's Ninja Gaiden. The game is Ninja Gaiden. If you make it to the boss, it erases your checkpoints. Oh, that's pretty terrible. Cancel out those GGs I said before. This is gonna be a several night affair. I really took that joke through the maze, Buddhafinger says. Emil says good serial movie for his time. For kids, it was good. Right on. It's guiding you to madness. Oh, why'd they have to do that? Why'd they have to do that? Why? They could have made They could have made the boss a checkpoint. They could have easily made a checkpoint right there at the boss. Instead, they had the boss as an anti-checkpoint. That boss fight's going to be so much harder. I'm not going to be able to see where he is. They got me. The Ecco devs got me. They had me believing that life was going to be kind of cool. I fell for it. Consider it an homage to a bygone era when a company could make unapologetic decisions and let nostalgia buff out the dents. That's a thought to chew on. Why was I having so much trouble getting through there? Hey, Duck Something, welcome in. Do you think Ecco will ever get a new game? I hope not. That would be a tragedy. I hope he does. Duck Something says. Echo of Jank. Well, if he does, I promise I'll play it. We are in conflict. It's all right. There's room in this world for many opinions. Hey, cows, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the machine. So good news, bad news. Good news, they added checkpoints to the maze. Bad news, it's Ninja Gaiden. If you make it to the boss, it erases you checkpoints and sends you back to the beginning of the maze. So, while the checkpoints will alleviate a little bit of our suffering, they certainly don't remove it. What's the word for when you remember something very differently than it happened? I mean, if a group of people do that, then they typically call it the Mandela effect. I think if an individual does it, it's just being wrong. I can never remember stuff. I have poor recollection. That one's a rough Buddha fingers. It's fitting. It's fitting. It's a janky joke. Yeah. I did mispronounce it. I did leave off the R. Recollection. It's still rough. I feel like that's the kind of joke that I would tell Jelly during one of our drafting sessions, and she would say, "Oh no, don't tell that one," and I would say, "I have to tell that one." I can't believe they released the game like this. They clearly cared a lot about its quality. There are multiple spots where you were required to swim off the screen to go around obstacles. Like, if you haven't previously played the Genesis version, I don't know how you're supposed to know where some of these pathways are. Like, that one you can see, but there's one coming up. There's one coming up that you would have no idea. I don't think. Recollection. I like that. I like that as like a poor memory. That only works in print though. Right here. Finding that path if you haven't played the Genesis version before. Oh, I did the same. I made the same mistake twice in a row. That'd be a good title for an autobiography. Recollections. No, I did that I've done that 3 times in a row now. I wonder if the bottlenose dolphin is a polite way to say they have a drinking problem. That is part sad, part very clever. No. Alright, whatever you do, please, Frownie, do not swim up into that same death trap. No, I did it. The problem is, why I keep falling for that is there's another part that looks exactly like that, where you have to swim up. So when I see it, my instinct is to swim up there, because there is another part that is exactly that. Oh my goodness. Hey, we hit a checkpoint. That's great. Christian Cool, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I think they shortened the map for the maze, by the way. It's not supposed to end there. There's supposed to be more stuff. What is the stomach? I don't even know what this is. This has never happened before. This is unprecedented. I've got to... YL JB KBL question mark. I don't know if this is something... I don't know if this is something added. I don't know if this is something added to this game, or if this is something... I've never saw this in all of my hours of playing the Genesis. I've never seen anything called the stomach. Oh my goodness. I found a new level. It's awful. Oh, horror of horrors, there is more. I am off the map. I am off the map. I'm in a level I've never seen or heard of before. That was the way to go. No. It's all very confusing. I don't really like it, by the way. I don't like all these things crunching me. The next level is the Stum mac and cheese. That's just silly. I'm more scared of that level. I don't eat mac and cheese. Hey, Loaf, welcome in. Welcome to, I don't even know anymore. I found a level that I never found in the Genesis version. I'm in unexplored territory. The things have become very weird. I like it. I thought I was well beyond the point of encountering any new mysteries in this game. This is no good place for a dolphin to be. Hey, Stream Kyle, welcome in. Thank you for the pistachios. This level's giving me indigestion. Take a moment to enjoy some of these. Echo looks like he's had enough, just floating there. Those pistachios are like extra great tonight. I don't know why, but they're extra flavorful somehow. So I had a bookshelf. It's like one of those like IKEA things with like 8 cubby holes. And I tipped it over on its side. And that's what my consoles were. They're along the top and then in the cubby holes. I have a lot of consoles. So I didn't have, I still don't really have them set up right. But I replaced that. I got 2 bookshelves that each have 9 cubby holes, and they're smaller. And so, like, they're only 11 inches, the cubby holes. They're 11-inch cubes. So, like, the PlayStation 2 or the original Xbox, like, those things won't fit in them, but they can sit along the top if they're too big like that. Even the NES doesn't fit, because the wire's coming out of the side of it. But anyway, I brought those downstairs, so then I had to take the other one, which is like a 5 by 5 foot by 3 bookshelf. I had to take that up the stairs. I did this all by myself today. So I dragged that giant bookshelf up the stairs. I brought these other 2 down here, and I moved all my consoles around. And I used to have like a little TV tray that the wheel sat on, the wheel of Scorchin. But now I've got an actual like cabinet on wheels. So I can roll it out of the way when I need to get to my NES games, which are in the library thing behind it. So my setup has improved a lot. The one thing that's weird about it now, though, is I used to have my camera mounted on the bookshelf that had the consoles, but these newer ones, these two newer bookshelves don't have any thick walls like the other one did. Like the side walls of the other one were really thick. So I've got it mounted on a different bookshelf that my TV sits on, so it's a few feet back. Well, it's a few inches back. It's mounted a few feet back, but it stretches forward, so that it's only a few inches back from where it used to be, the actual camera. Oh, but anyway, you can tell Jelly's out of town because I rearranged all the furniture. I thought that was the thing to do. Upgrade time when Jelly's out. Yeah, I'm notorious for whenever Jelly goes out of town for some reason, I rearrange a ton of the furniture. They're taking pity on you because of the additional Echo, the pistachios. Did you see the new Harrison Ford commercials, Buddhafinger says? He is the sponsor for Rolaids now because nothing stops indigestion like Rolaids. That's pretty good, Buddhafingers. Well done. Upgrade time while Jelly's out. Yep. These little bookshelves, like, they're not perfect because, like I said, like the cubes are only 11. They're 11-inch cubes, which a lot of consoles are too big for that kind of space, but I definitely think they're good enough. Which is what I tend to go for. Everything in my setup just has to be good enough. Circles. Oh, everything looks the same. So, that's like an alternate pre-boss stage. The stomach. I don't know if I like that better or worse than the machine. I guess anything that's not the machine is kind of better by default. No, I don't want to go back to the stomach. No. Hey, back to the machine. So if the boss crunches you to death in his mouth, you go to the stomach, and if you die outside of the boss, then you go back to the machine. That's so weird. That's so weird because I got consumed by the boss a lot, I thought, on the Genesis game, and I never saw the stomach. Hey, Pookie Stan, welcome in. We can invert the face cam. Hope you're doing well, Pookie. Hopefully not too many big consoles for the tops. Well, I've got the NES and the PS2 on the top, and I could also put the original Xbox up there, but instead I've got like a pile of games up there instead. I can't fill up the whole top because on the left, if I do, it'll block the television. But a lot of them I just have, like the Atari 2600, the Intellivision. Like I don't use those very often, so I don't need to leave those hooked up. But they're disconnected and just put sideways into a cube for storage, and I'll just I'll get them out and set them up on an as needed basis. We've never done Intellivision on the stream yet. We don't do 2600 enough. But it's kind of like, it's difficult. The 2600's a little annoying to work with. It's not in great shape, and capturing the RF signal is gross. I never realized Ecco was an H.R. Geiger-inspired horror game. Yep, it's got a bit of that in the end. Ecco is like really delightfully bizarre. It's just the gameplay is so trash. Graphics look good on this, but it seems zoomed in. You bet it's zoomed in. Yeah, this is the Game Boy Advance version, so it doesn't have the resolution of a normal TV. So yeah, we lose a lot of the visibility. It's super annoying. For the most part, the rest of the screen that you can't see is there. Like, I can swim out of view because all the stuff is there. You just can't see it. I don't think they altered the camera panning at all. I think it's the exact same camera. Because there are parts where you have to swim out of frame to get around obstacles that you can't see. Yeah, not only do they let you, they require it. But I don't think it's a conscious decision. They just, it's the result of a lazy port. I can't believe I never saw the stomach in the Genesis version. A whole level I never came across. I can't believe I'm alive. So there you had to go off, stream there to get around the thing. But the worst example of that is much later. They cut the music for this, I'm mad. This is the only song in the whole game. Yeah, they cut out all the music. Echo can just endlessly be eaten and then refight the final boss. Yeah, I mean, so by this point in the game, Echo's been powered up by the magical DNA molecule. Right here. This is where you have to swim off the screen to the right there. That's the worst example of it. So our health regenerates and we don't have to breathe anymore, so I mean, it would make sense, like, Echo is pretty... By this point in the story, Echo is pretty, like, resilient. Because of his magic powers, so... It's definitely weird. It's this 15-second loop for the whole game. It'd be like if they released a port of Mega Man 3, and the only music was, and the only music track that they kept was like the Game Over theme. It just looped that through the entire game. That's what they've done, essentially. They just took the shortest piece of music from the original game and made that the entire soundtrack. Oh, I do remember that he grows multiple jaws, so we have to do this like 4 or 5 times. Oh, his eyeball grew back. No, I'm going back to the stomach. Everything is bad. Oh yeah, yeah. This Let's Ride has more music. Let's Ride is more music than this game. It has I believe it had a longer loop. This boss fight is just horrific. I know I use that word all the time, but it's the most fitting word. I can't get rid of the eyeballs without losing all my health. The canon ending is Echo beats the alien after being eaten a dozen times. New level at least gives you something to chew on while you digest the boss battle. Well done. I didn't realize when I started that it had puns in it. It'd be nice if Echo could turn in place. Agreed. I mean, he kind of can. You can it's just slow. And only on a, only directly horizontal or vertically. I don't think you can't turn around diagonally, and you need to approach that boss at diagonals. I think. I don't know. You don't have to, but I feel like it's easier if you're firing like diagonally up from the side to get away from the rain of green orbs. Should be fighting that boss like more slowly and carefully, right? Like fire once or twice at the eye and then retreat so that the rain doesn't come down on me. But if I fight slow, that's more time for the gas bubbles to come in that spawn from the sides to come in and kill me. So I don't know. There's no real good solution that I've found. Just suffer with it until you get lucky and accidentally beat it. That's my strategy. I mean, to be fair, that's my strategy for most games. Hey, Baron Metz. Welcome in, Baron. Happy Monday to you. Hey, we're only an hour and a half in, though. We got 19 and a half hours to beat my PB. Thank you for the stretch break. We'll do that in a little while. Do that at the next death. Probably won't be that long. I'm surprised Echo never became a spokesman. If there's one thing that defines Echo, it's a machine that lasts forever. Suffer through and keep trying seems like an effective strat for Echo and life, Loaf says. Alright, we've been upside down for our required time, so we'll go ahead and switch that too. And then take a moment to stretch. This game is basically identical to the Genesis version so far as its content. They shortened this maze a little bit, and the checkpoints are added, but like the levels, all the levels and bosses are pretty much, they're pretty faithful. So yeah, this final boss is the boss of the Genesis version. They didn't really they didn't have to remake the game for the GBA. They just brought it over and tweaked a few things. But it's yeah, it's overwhelmingly the same. The wheel's been here since January, I think, Pookie. So it might seem new, but it's we've had it for a while. The wheel is full of random spicy foods. Sometimes I have a channel point active to redeem spinning the wheel and eating a spicy food from it, like in that command there. The wheel's not turned on tonight because I don't have Jelly here. I can't yell to her for help if there's an emergency with the wheel, so I don't want to. I'm just being safe. Just one tough obstacle to go then. Yeah, this is the part of the game, Loaf, that took me 21 hours on the Genesis. Yeah, no worries, Pookie. No worries. So I fully expect to not beat this tonight. We'll probably be playing this for a couple weeks. It's very authentic, especially the misery. The checkpoints are a mercy that didn't exist. Like every time this continue level, restart level thing is coming up on the Genesis, that would be just back to the beginning of the stage. This continue system does not exist in the Genesis. Actually, I think it does in the Japanese version. It doesn't exist in the American version, from what I understand. Because I mentioned the continues in someone else's chat, and I think they said, oh, it's like the Japanese version. I know. I couldn't. I can't get over that it sends you off screen like that. The part right here, when you're hiding in that corner and you go off screen, that is authentic, I think, to the Genesis. I think you go partially off screen at that part in the Genesis. I don't think you fully disappear, but it does come in so close that you go partially off screen. But these other parts where I actually have to swim out of the screen and around an obstacle and back into the screen, it's not like that in the Genesis. That's just because of the bad screen crunch of the GBA. Right there's the worst part. That's the worst offender. Ecco the Dolphin, that's just the name. Really, it should have been Suffer the Game. They had to spice up the game to entice me to listen to the music loop. Have you been enjoying this music loop, Cows? You're on record for liking repetitive music loops. Does this one get your seal of approval? I wouldn't say I'm enjoying it. It probably isn't driving me nearly as bonkers as the rest of the stream. Oh, immediately right to the stomach. It's as if I did it on purpose. Hard to tell if it's harder or easier between the limited view and the checkpoints. Yeah. I would say up to this point it has been easier overall. I could pretty confidently say that most of the game is made easier because the checkpoints undo so much of the damage. that even the screen crunch isn't that unacceptable. But at this point, I'm not. Oh, I haven't used that ability for like the whole game. I thought I broke something. I think we've used that twice before now. This maze actually isn't that bad. It's less of a chore to repeat the stomach than it is to repeat the machine. It hurt me. I played Metroid Dread. We have not done the NES Metroid yet, though, Pookie. We've done Super Metroid, Zero Mission, Fusion, and Dread. I want to do the NES Metroid at some point. That's going to be a rough time, though, because we're going to do it, when we do, we're going to do it blind, and I'm going to have to draw my own maps and find my own way, and it's gonna take an eternity. I think when we do the NES Metroid as well, I think I'm gonna play with permadeath. I think every time I die, I'm gonna restart the entire playthrough. So yeah, it's gonna be really tough. The Let's Ride loop was definitely preferable, Loaf says. Agreed. I mean, it was a longer loop of music, and it was more pleasant. We were right at the exit. That was the last obstacle. No. The remake of the first Metroid on GBA is probably my second favorite Metroid, with the 3DS one being my favorite. Barely played Dread, so I can't say where that lands. Oh, I love Dread. Dread would be my second favorite. Super Metroid is easily my favorite Metroid game. Like my ranking of the 4 that I've played would be from best to worst would be Super, Dread, Zero Mission, Fusion. I do have to say that Zero Mission and Fusion, the more I rethink about Zero Mission though, there's not a big difference. Zero Mission ranks a little above Fusion for me, but not a whole lot. Like, I like... But Super is easily the best. Like, no, it really doesn't have any competition. I think I'm probably worn down for tonight. To be fair, I also never finished Super, but I played it on and off for quite a while, Pookie says. Super I would like to replay. I'd like to, like, Super would even be fun probably to try and do 100%, except there's no way to check your progress during the game, I don't think. So, you know, doing 100% in Super Metroid blind, I think it's kind of impossible. I mean, you know, nothing's impossible, so it's not really, like, technically impossible, but it's, staggeringly impractical. You can do it, Buddhafinger says. Well, maybe I should try it then. Yeah. Super Metroid, yeah, seems to be popular to randomize. I don't know it well enough for that, though. Taking a bit to drink some coffee. Haven't played VR in a bit. I'm gonna go play some VR here pretty soonish. Right on. Hope you have fun with that, Pookie. I think if I watch this level again, my eyes are going to get stomach cramps, Budafinger says. We could do a Super Metroid randomizer if the randomized ROMs are compatible with real hardware. It would be tricky because I wouldn't have a what are they called? I wouldn't have like a checklist of like the items. I'd have to do that manually, but I can't think of what the word is for that. Like the like overlay thing that people use to keep tabs of their progress. I'd have to do all that by hand, but it would be possible. Randos are compatible with the EverDrive. Tracker, that's the word. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to have a tracker, I don't think. Yeah, it'd have to be separate. Yeah, for the desktop. I'd have to do it all. I'd have to do it all manually. But yeah, I thought about that because I thought about I'd like to do a Link to the Past randomized. Sometime would be fun. Hey Dynamite, welcome in. Happy Monday to you, my friend. Frownie in the house, not horse. What is the dolphin but the horse of the sea, though? Something interesting from Super Metroid, there's a Hundo tournament going on. There are qualifiers all weekend. Also this week, the world record for any percent was broken after years. Nice. Did they find new tricks for it, Budafingers, or was it just better execution? I got you can stick things on carts. Be interesting sticking randomized seeds on a cart. Yeah, that's the way we would do it. I'd like to at some point. I don't know. I mean, hopefully it would be interesting. I definitely, like, I don't know a lot about, either game, so I'd need to do another vanilla playthrough or two, for sure. Most people either use the tracker with an emulator or with the EverDrive. Computer talks to the EverDrive over USB for the tracker to work on real hardware. Oh, that's interesting. All right. I mean, that might be doable. It just need a long USB cable. I don't mess with ROMs and stuff, but the Zelda randomized would be pretty fun. Even for just me playing it. I was literally in the middle of typing, what is a dolphin if not the horse of the sea, Cow says. Excellent. Oh. Link to the Past Rando is my favorite, Loaf says. Very fun how well the game logic works, even randomized. Yeah, if tuna is the chicken of the sea and dolphins are the horse of the sea, is that why we end up getting served dolphin and told it's tuna sometimes? Oh no. One of my minions will try to find out for me. A new trick found, Stachio skip? Counterclockwise baby skip. This caused activity on the board, led to the world record changing hands. I I'm not familiar enough with the game to know what the tricks are. Even if you explained in detail, I probably still wouldn't be able to picture what part they are. But that is cool that they found something new in it. Is this close to the final boss? I've been it's like Ninja Gaiden Dynamite. I've made it to the final boss several times, but if you die at the final boss, you get sent back and have to redo the previous level. So yeah, we're at the final boss, but we're gonna be here for a long time because I got to keep doing this stage over and over again every time I fail. The boss is gross too. I fully expect I won't beat this tonight. I'm just gonna try for a couple more hours. I mean, if I did beat it, it would be nice, but there's no reason to think I will. And eventually I'll give up hope and we'll switch to Wario. Baby Skip is when the baby Metroid grabs you and drains your energy before the fight with Mother Brain. They found a way to not get grabbed. Oh, okay. I do remember that part. And this new one is a counterclockwise baby skip. StatCat, welcome in. Thank you for the Prime sub, StatCat. Thank you for the 12 months. 12 months? That's almost a year. In time for the machine. At least it's not the machine song. Oh, it's so much worse, isn't it? I don't know. I don't remember what the music from the machine sounds like, but I've definitely had my fill of this song. It's like an auto-scroller, right? And I've seen the final boss. It's horrifying. Yeah, this is an auto-scroller. And here's the really cool thing, is this is an auto-scroller designed for a CRT. So, on the Game Boy Advance's smaller screen, you actually have to swim off-screen around obstacles at certain points. Because they did nothing. They did nothing to compensate for the different screen on the different hardware. So you just have to know where certain obstacles are and swim off screen around them at least 2 points. Well, one of them you see. One of them's pretty bad. One of them's really bad. Neither are acceptable, though. I actually think this loop is better than the machine song. Well, you see, I can't hear the machine song in my head anymore because I just hear Sparrow's song, which is actually really good. I'd still rather hear this, StatCat says. Ask me again how I feel 19 hours from now. Hey Jay, welcome in. Yo OG. Yo Jay. I hope you're well. Oh, I looked away at a bad time. In regards to non-retro gaming, there's a lot coming out at the end of the month too, Pookie says. Excited for the end of the month. I think the next game that I'm probably looking forward to is, I mean, I guess it's going to be that new Mario game that comes out in like October, I think. Yeah, there are continues in this one. Apparently, so I might be wrong about this, but what I believe I've heard is that the Japanese version of this game had checkpoints, and they were taken out for the West. So this version is modeled after the Japanese version, and that's why it's got the checkpoints. Let me pause for a moment because I think I missed some of the chat there. Baby skips like a jump rope. Keep jumping over the baby and it circles around you. Traditionally, it circled clockwise and is found doing it the other way. It is about 20 seconds faster. That's a huge difference. It's better than nothing. Don't get too excited. It's not as good as it seems. So, yeah, if I get to the boss and then I die, all my checkpoints are erased. I have to go back to the start of the stage. I found a stage in this game that I never found in the Genesis version as well. You know, spoiler alert for Ecco the Dolphin. If the final boss eats you, you don't go back to the beginning of this stage. You go to an alternate stage. I never discovered that in the Genesis version. I don't know how. I'm certain the final boss ate. I'm certain I got eaten by the final boss hundreds of times. So I don't know how I never saw that level. I wonder if they took that out for the West as well. Yeah, they're doing a new 2D Mario. I don't like the title. I think they called it Super Mario Brothers Wonder. It's a weird title. I mean, it's not bad, but it just doesn't. I don't know. It's odd. But whatever. It's a new Mario game. They call it whatever they want. I'd still play it. Looks like it'll be fun. Well, no discussion of the content, please. I'm avoiding trailers. I'm buying it purely on the information that it's a new 2D Mario game. That's all I need or want to know. Oh, and the release date, of course. No worries. Just, just give me the heads up because I've got the weird, super strict no spoiler policy, and I didn't mean to target that at anyone, just putting out a blanket reminder. No one has no one's done any damage. No! What if it's Mario's Stable Adventures? It'd be like like Let's Ride Yoshi edition. That would be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. A stable management, horse care and competition sim, but it's Yoshi's. Don't play any current game systems. Friends keep saying the PlayStation 5 Spider-Man is going to be a banger. Modern Spider-Man games have been excellent, Dynamite says. I've heard that Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 2 is supposed to be really good. Yeah, the crystals are the checkpoints. That's true throughout the whole game, too. Every time you unlock a crystal, it activates a checkpoint on every level. But yeah, those crystals, that's weird. It's weird because there are no crystals in the on the Genesis game as I know it, right? I didn't even see... I actually discovered the checkpoint on this level before I discovered the crystals. Right there is where you have to swim way off screen. Isn't that disgusting? Oh no, I did it again! I'm always making the same mistake there. It's a cool addition, would have liked that as a wee lad. Ugh. What? It... Hang on. That was... It starts you off drifting to the side that will kill you. If you're not actively holding the D-pad away from the direction that when it starts, it drifts you into your death at the checkpoint. No, I'm always doing that. I know it's wrong and I keep doing it. I don't know how I don't know why I am incapable of learning. They did shorten this stage for the GBA. Part of this this stage ends earlier than it's supposed to. Don't go up there. Oh, my health is real low. No! Ah! This is the worst. By the end of this month, I think I'm going to finally have furniture to actually set up my permanent gaming setup. Got temporary but functional ones now. Nice. I'm always tinkering with my setup. I'm always moving stuff around. I'm never... Even when I don't intend to. Like, I got it... Like my current setup, I kind of know is probably going to be adjusted somewhat, at least a little bit. But the setup that this replaced, I kind of thought was going to be basically permanent. But I can't help myself. I'm always getting ideas for little changes to make. Or I go to a yard sale and find a new piece of furniture to incorporate. Or, you know, to sub in for something I've currently got. Don't go up there. I was gonna go up there. I was gonna do it again. I know better than that. I just can't help myself. Trying to decide if I want to set up all my older consoles or if I want to downsize things. I haven't sold my games since high school. I don't know that I can be trusted to have any objective thoughts on that kind of situation. I basically never get rid of anything. So I think on the Genesis, I think where it just scrolled to the left, where it just scrolled to the right, I think it actually goes to the left on the Genesis. Because this is not the way it ends. I think you actually exit the stage going up on the Genesis. If I remember right. Well, this is the other stage. This is the stage that doesn't exist on the Genesis. Or, you know, the one I never found on it. If it does. It exits down, but on the left bottom corner, Buddhafinger says. The tube was bottom up. Yeah, I know that. I remember the tube was. I thought it did on the Genesis too. I thought there's a part where you go to the left and it goes, there's like a thing that comes up like an upside down L, and you go around it and then you come back up and go up out of the stage. That's the way I remember it ending. But my memory is not to be trusted, so. Just watching a bit of a video on this, Jay says. Oh, look at that thing. It's quite the monster. It's cool. It definitely looks like what a final boss should look like, right? Part of my thing about it is because people are starting to point to disc rot as a thing. Might be better to sell things if they're going to become unused, if they're going to become useless soonish anyway. Yeah, I mean that depends. If you gotta, you know, all of this stuff is gonna stop working at some point. So if that's the fear, then yeah. Can't really argue against that. Why must discs be fallible? I mean, all tech is, right? It's all got a limited lifespan. It's the worst thing ever. It's super cool how your health regenerates when you retreat to safety on the levels leading up to the boss, but not during the boss. I really like that feature. I really like having to do this over and over again too. Don't know how to replace my collection with an emulator, so if I got rid of my collection, they'd just be gone. Frownie, I hate that thing and I need you to kill it tonight. Dynamite says, also to make me feel better before dental surgery tomorrow. I'm gonna try my best, Dynamite, but history has shown that I'm not good at that fight, so I wouldn't hold my breath for a victory. But we'll probably try. We'll probably try for about 2 more hours. I got a bit of steam left in me for this game. And good luck with your dental surgery, of course, of course. Economics. I think if you beat this game, you should get an honorary degree in economics. I don't want anything to, I don't want anything left to commemorate my experience with this game. Hey, Min, welcome in. Good to see you again. I feel like it's been a while. I hope you've been doing well. How have you been? I've been doing all right. Things have mostly been pretty good. It's hard to keep telling myself that when I'm playing this game, but the Sega Mini 2, Pookie says. Quite a few retro consoles similar. If you really think about it, it makes a lot of sense, Frownie. It's ecologically sound. Did we? I feel like I used a joke similar to that on the Genesis playthrough. Ecological? Maybe not. Glad it's been a minute since I was up early to catch your stream, Min says. Just woke up for some silly reason. It's 2 a.m. here. We're in the same time zone. It's 2 a.m. for me as well. Oh, almost 3? No, you're ahead of me then. For me, it's just a few minutes before 2. I've been gone for a long time, so I'm still getting used to the idea I can log into Twitch for entertainment. Pretty amazed that I'm still alive. I could have sworn I made a fatal mistake there. What's the worst thing to listen to? Is the music the worst part, or is the rapid fire the worst part? I can't decide. I can't decide which part is worse to listen to. The music, Dynamite says. Maybe if I played my attacks in a better rhythm, they could feel like part of the music themselves. I really listened and kept it steady. The music just makes me appreciate the economy of this port. I could hang out there and not actually clear the level? Why in the world would I want to do that? No! I need some space. Back to the start. There's nothing better than an enemy that damages you on contact that you have to attack by ramming into it with your body. This is nothing better than that. I love the jokes and all, and it's not the easiest game to enjoy, but a lot of that would be forgiven if the last level didn't mash on the brakes so abruptly. Like the best thing that comes from playing this game is it certainly like resets your perspective on what a bad game is. You know, after you play through Ecco the Dolphin, every game you ever play for the rest of your life feels better. There's no situation that is in gaming that is worse than this. It is the king of misery. Echo grants a +2 buff versus Jank. Someone recognizes you in public and they come up to you and shake your hand and say, "Thank you for your service," referring to that you played through Ecco twice on stream. How many more Ecco games do I have? Right, because there's the Sega CD port and there's a Game Gear version, so that's 2. And then I've got the Tides of Time. I've got Ecco Junior. That's 4. And I got that PlayStation one. I know it's also on the Dreamcast. I don't know if I can do both of those. So maybe 6. If I did both of those. I don't know what else these have been ported to. I mean, I don't know what else the Sega Smash Pack is on, but it probably has Ecco in all of its iterations. I don't know if the Sega CD version is significantly different from the Genesis version, though. So I might not need to do that one. Like, this one I wanted to do because the screen crunch makes it a different game, right? This checkpoint has me set up to die. Like, I'm not... I think I'm soft locked. Echo respawns at the start of this, swimming up, and I can't change his movement. Like, I've tried every direction on the D-pad. I can't change his movement. He dies before he dies before he moves. That's awesome. This game is awesome. You can't control him. You can't control him for the first few seconds. Yeah, I gotta restart. Hey Tip, welcome in. Good to see you again. How are we doing tonight? Good to hang out. I'm glad to have you here. How am I doing? I'm playing Ecco the Dolphin, so in a lot of ways I'm doing pretty terribly, but I feel alright. I feel alright. Just there was a point at which the viewer should stage an Echo intervention. I think the Dreamcast and PS2 are essentially identical, but the PS2 is considered superior, so I may just want to do that one. Yeah, I own the PS2 version. I don't think I've shared that piece of information, but I bought the PS2 Echo not that long ago. So that's in our future someday. That'll be fun. We're past the point where we need an intervention. Dolphin detox. It's bad enough. It's bad enough on the Genesis, but my goodness, just playing with one eye tied behind my back is... it's really rough. We didn't think it'd get any worse. We just lacked imagination. Oh, I should probably go ahead and just start mentioning late next week into early the week after. There's going to be a lot of missed streams. We should be fine for this week, but from Wednesday next week to Tuesday the week after. So for about a week, there probably won't be any streams when there normally would be. Jelly and I have some we've got some family events going on. Should all be good things. Should be a lot of fun, but sadly, it's going to sap my time and energy for doing the stream for about a week. So when that happens, don't be alarmed. I will return and things will become normal again. But there's going to be a handful of streams that just don't happen. Will be missed, but spending time with family is good too, Cows says. Thank you, Cows. What? I put a VR headset on and waggle my arms at imaginary things in my living room now. Hey, thank you for being here, Pookie. Have fun with the VR. Yeah, it's good to catch up with you for a while. And good luck getting the furniture set up. Ah! Back to the boss. Cool. So cool. Oh, I hate this game so much. Jay's mad too and not even playing it. There's just nowhere safe. There's nowhere safe to stand during that boss fight. Your health just bleeds away like it's on a timer. So frustrating. Still don't understand how you beat the asteroid. That was the one level I had to skip. I don't know how I beat it. I beat it and don't know how I beat it. I struggled with it for like an hour, and then suddenly it just died. And I wasn't doing anything any different, so I don't know what the trick to it is. That it is, Buddha Fingers. I spent like 2 or 3 hours on it and was like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I don't remember how long it took on the Genesis version. I felt like it was easier or more obvious on the Genesis version, but I don't know. I don't remember. But I'm just playing through it now. I mean, clearly I don't remember because I didn't remember what its weakness is or what the trick to it is. But yeah, the time when I killed it, it died like instantly. I don't usually recycle, but that one was good. Nothing wrong with occasionally revisiting a classic. Yeah, you can talk about it, Buddha Fingers. We can talk about it now. I didn't want to know anything while I was stuck on it, but since that's over with, yeah. I welcome the education. Oh. Before I read what you write though, I'm gonna guess that you just have to attack one particular part of it. Because Echo takes a piece of it to return to the future asteroid. So I'm gonna guess that the trick involves just collecting the right piece of it. Maybe you're even supposed to look at the previous asteroid to know what part is missing. That's gonna be my guess. Wait a moment. You hit one and it blinks. You gotta either hit or sonar the blinking one again, or others of its color, which is why plowing at it doesn't work. Weird. Very weird. I knew I noticed that when I hit one of them that it was blinking, but I just thought that was just its, like, iframes. What a gross boss. What a just terrible, cryptic, ugly mess of a boss. No fun. This game is no fun. This game is like getting poison ivy on your brain. I don't think it would have taken much at all for this to have been very fun. Your brain is constantly itchy. I don't really even know what I mean. That just sounds like an unpleasant situation. I gotta head out, Buffalo Hopscotch says. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you for stopping in, Buffalo. It's good to see you. Sorry it had to be for this game. But I hope you have a great rest of your night and a wonderful tomorrow. Tides of Time's more manageable. Still hard, but definitely better. So I have the PlayStation 2 Echo, and I have the Tides of Time. So those are high priority on my Echo to-do list. Not my general to-do list. But like, so far as Echo games, you know, those are the two I've already got, so... I do want to play through all of them. I don't need to play necessarily every version of every game. Yeah, if there's a good, like, unique selling point, then I will. You know, like the terrible camera for this one. I thought I got rid of that eye already. Love the way that's timed. Yeah, there's a Dreamcast game that was also put on the PlayStation 2. If you could change 3 things, what would you change to make this better? The first thing that I would change is I would make it not exist. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, Buddha Fingers. Because, like, my big problem with it is that the gameplay is just, in general, frustrating, obtuse, non-responsive, and, like, that's unbearable. What would have been better was to tell the same story in a different medium. To just not make it a game. Just release a really just bizarre animated dolphin movie that tells the story of this game but doesn't make you play through the terrible jank gameplay. Gotta get some stuff ready for tomorrow. Back in a while. Thank you for the lurk, Baron. Best of luck with your work. Yeah, I've actually got that the PlayStation 2 game. I picked up a copy of it not that long ago. I want a poorly animated 3D movie of this game, Cow says. In which the dolphin on screen has more polygons than in the game. I would segment enemy and puzzle sections. So puzzle sections are about air, not enemies, Butterfinger says. Have better bosses. Selectable checkpoints. No forced replay. And maybe add in some collectibles. I'm not going to say no to collectibles and secrets, that's for sure. Seems like there are no collectibles though, because like they didn't want to make things. They didn't want to, like, they seem to shy away from any video gamey elements, right? Because like there are no health items in the game. If you want to restore your health, you've got to eat fish typically, or you can eat pearls, which I don't know why that refills your health, but. I'm not really complaining about that. I don't think it's a bad thing to have like stuff like that contextualized in universe, but then for consistency, it's hard to be consistent with that philosophy, that like heavy contextualization. I think it's hard to add a collectible in. They do though have those crystals that make you invincible though, which is pretty video gamey. So maybe they weren't as consistent as I thought that as I initially wanted to think. You know what they should have done, to your point of separating the air and enemies or whatever, is that they should have had the asterite give you the ability to breathe underwater the first time you meet him. So that the air puzzles are sort of limited to the first part of the game. And then that way, it seems like... because, like, Echo has character progression, but it all happens in the last 2 stages, right? Like, you don't get any power-ups for the whole game, but then your power-ups both happen... All 3 of your power-ups happen 2 stages away from the end of the game. Like, they're not spread out. It's like, maybe if you got the breathe underwater ability at one time, and the sonar does damage at another time, and the health regenerates at another time. I don't know, maybe that would be better. Game could shift from, like, early on puzzle to later on combat. That would be a thought. I mean, maybe that would make it feel disjointed, right? Like 2 different games sandwiched together. I don't know. No. Genesis game, dolphins tell you that you can do stuff and not how to use it, what it does. Cool. Do you have other powers? Well, I don't know about them. Yeah, you can tell me if it's, as long as it's nothing that can help me at this point. If it's just stuff from previous stages, then sure. But if it still applies here or at the boss, then maybe don't fill me in yet. Ah. Oh, yeah. Huh. I knew about those dolphins. What is the power that they give you? What? You've been skipping powers, but you got one the first playthrough. The power lets you stop an enemy from respawning when you pop an enemy. I did not know that. It makes a star. Pressing a button makes the star go onto Echo's head, and now they don't respawn. Huh. I didn't actually come across any of the trapped dolphins on this playthrough, except in the stage where they're mandatory. But I didn't get anything for rescuing those. Every time I mess that up. I don't think that should have killed me, though. It should have killed me if I stayed there, but it shouldn't have killed me just for going there. Jellyfish and stuff, it bursts into 5 pieces. Also, pretty sure one of them gives you the sonar damage. I thought the asteroid gave me the sonar damage. I just assumed all my powers came from there. It's weird that it's weird that enemies not respawning is a power up. It gives you the powers so you have them to finish the game. These are things I would never figure out. I didn't intentionally skip collecting the dolphins on this playthrough. It just kind of happened. It's supposed to help you with the trilobites. Oh, the non-respawning. Oh yeah, those things are awful. Yeah, I just never I never came across any of the I never came across any of the collectible dolphins. Because yeah, if I'd been behaving intentionally, I would have leaned into trying to collect all of them. But I just never saw any of them. Oh yeah, something to stop the crabs from respawning would have been a great help. They're a menace. Oh, this is rough and tough. Pure misery. Pure, unfiltered, undiluted misery. We're gonna try for one more hour tonight. Approximately. About 45 more minutes. I think 4 hours of this stage at a time is enough. I think this is gonna end up like our playthrough of the Genesis game, where we just play it like once every 2 weeks. And I just struggle with it for, for months on end. It was kind of jaw drops when I learned that Echo could do this stuff. I don't know. Those don't seem like powers to me. They seem like cheats. So, the shots, you use the sonar blast to take out the boss's eyes. I don't know if ramming the boss will work or not. You have to ram the boss to remove his jaw, though. You have to remove the boss's eyes, and you have to remove the boss's jaw. When you remove his jaw, he grows a second one, and maybe a third one, I don't remember. He grows a few jaws. 2 or 3, something like that. You have to break all of his jaws off. And then you have to ram him in the head. So I don't know if you can do the fight with just rams, but you do have to at least. You can't do it with just sonar. That's for sure. I don't know if you can ram his eyes or not, though. But you wouldn't want to, even if you could, right? Because all you're gonna do is get yourself damaged faster. You know, if I could just hang out in the corner and cheese him with the sonar, like that would be the way to do it. That's 100% what I would do. You have to sonar the eyes. I watched you die trying to poke it in the eyes. It took you a while to learn sonar damages it. I believe that. That sounds like me. It's a long boss fight. It's terribly long and terribly difficult. Like, even if you were to do it, even if you were to get there and do it on your first try, it's still like just the fight itself takes a few minutes. Because of all the pieces you have to break off. Yeah, if they just gave me a checkpoint at the boss, it would be fine. Making me redo all of this garbage. 40,000 times. It's unforgivable. This isn't quite a game, in my opinion. Just a flawed, mean-intentioned program of some sort. 100% agree, Dynamite. This game is pure malice. It's like that, it's like the pink ooze from Ghostbusters 2. Just pure, concentrated mean-spiritedness. What would happen if you mixed a... What would happen if you mixed a vial of the pink ooze from Ghostbusters 2 with a vial of the green ooze from Ninja Turtles 2? What would the effect of that potion be? Begs a fundamental question, though. Would this level be nearly as bad in isolation? It's kind of bad because there was sort of a game in there that with the illusion of fun, and this thing holds it hostage. I mean, the game leading up to this is not super fun. It's not as bad as this, but it's still, like, not generally speaking a tremendously great time. All those awkward times where you have to, like, leap up out of the, like, frozen water at these, like, weird, difficult angles. Struggling with that block. That awful, terrible block on that Atlantis stage. And the asterite. That's so cryptic, no human can decipher how it's supposed to be beaten. I hope you make it. It's too dark for me, Dynamite says. Good night. Thank you for stopping in, Dynamite. I hope your operation goes smoothly. Best wishes for that and a swift recovery, and hopefully we'll get to see you again soon. I'm saying without that skeleton of a game in there, you wouldn't care about finishing this. So it's really a lead up to this exquisitely crafted torture. It's a needed scaffolding. Fair enough. I mean, if the whole game were like this, if it were just a series of auto-scrollers followed by terrible bosses for like 6 levels, yeah, it would be unplayable. How many hours in the machine so far? 3.5 so far. I'm gonna go up to the 4-hour mark, and then we're gonna call it for tonight. Only 17 more hours to go. Yeah, I mean, I gotta come in and just under that if I want to top my PB. The future stream title, The Stream Machine. I don't know why I'm so terrible at this. I don't know why I'm, like... I've seen other people do a first playthrough of Echo and not take as long as I do on this level, so... I don't know. I don't know what is wrong with me that I'm so uniquely bad at this. I was pretty stunningly bad with Battletoads too, though, so... Is Echo fighting aliens? Oh yeah, yep. The true final villain of the game. It turns out it was aliens all along. They're very like. Ridley Scott, like aliens. I think this game has gaslit you into blaming yourself for its shortcomings. It really is a marvel of engineering. Precision tuned to like just ruin everything good in your life. Welcome back, Baron Metz. It wasn't our fault at all, it was the aliens. I guess, like, just requiring precision combat from a character that controls this clunkily is, like, it's just not right. Like with the boss coming up, where you have to hit it and then retreat from it. It's this dolphin is not made for that degree of maneuverability. His cousin was made for Echo's. This cousin was made. This level is made for Echo's cousin, Exacto. Exacto the Dolphin. That would be a fitting fitting title. Sometimes when I play this, I feel like I've accidentally swallowed a razor blade, so... Exacto fits. crazy how the checkpoints, like, respawn you in particular patterns of movement. Like, I guess depending on how you were moving when you hit the crystal. It's crazy that you can end up, like, trapped. Doing this for 4 hours? Sure, I'm glad I gave up on this after an hour or two. I hear the weather in Wario Land is wonderful this time of year. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. 30 minutes and we'll switch over. I can't wait for Wario Land. It's Wario Land is the big bucket of ice cream that I'm looking forward to after eating the Carolina Reaper of this game. Little Mermaid for NES is my kind of underwater game. Little Mermaid's pretty good. It's, you know, it's kind of on the short and easy side, but, it's way better than this game. Jelly played The Little Mermaid for one of her Let's Play videos, and we never could figure out why, but the video footage came out all messed up. Like, it looked fine for her while she was playing it, but in the capture, all of the colors were messed up. It looked like an early DOS game. It was all cyan and magenta. It was just like 4 colors, like an old comic book. So bizarre. It came out looking real weird. Oh, right. Right after the machine, we get to see Wario bisected. That's an odd choice. That enemy that cuts Wario in half. That's kind of shockingly graphic for Wario Land. We were right there at the exit. I wonder if I fail to hit that crystal when we respawn. If I fail to hit the crystal, I wonder if I lose my checkpoint. Probably. I don't think any of those hits are actually landing. I'm trying to avoid taking damage. I'm trying, and it just doesn't work. There's no escape. When you fire a new sonar beam, it cancels the previous one. So like when you mash real quick like this, you're not actually wiping the whole screen. You're only affecting the area immediately in front of Echo. You gotta space your attacks out if you want to actually wipe the board entirely in any direction. It's like the laser. It's like the laser in Contra. There's no real logic to how that works. Hey, Iron, welcome in. Hope you are well. It's good to see you. Had no idea Echo had this alien breed-looking stuff in it. Echo goes to weird places. It's a bizarre game. It's crazy dark and weird. It's generally speaking, though, not really worth suffering for this suffering with this game for long enough to discover its weirdness. By the time you get to this point, the gameplay has just become so miserable it makes you never want to pick up a controller again. It's really easy to get bamboozled by that part because it looks like this part. That's why I have a strong tendency to swim to the wrong side of that one post, because that earlier part looks like that later part. It's the same reason I keep messing up that area after you have to swim off screen. Hey, Buddha Fingers, thank you for the gift sub. I certainly didn't earn that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Dynamite, if you're still lurking, take a key for coming in. And give Mutt something to look forward to when he comes back from the dentist. No, I'm stuck. I got stuck at that little, like, gap in the wall. Looked like one of these. My head just feels like it's full of sand at this point. Being exposed to this game for long stretches of time is just can't be good for me. I had these toys when I was a kid. I don't remember what they were called. They were kind of like a Stretch Armstrong. But they were these little, like, they were kind of like little monster guys. And they were full of sand. And they had this, like, this thing on their head where you could attach, like a pump that would, like, vacuum the air out of their bodies. And then, like, that's what made them become stretchable and moldable. It was like this vacuum-packed sand that they were full of. And then, like, when you wanted to, like, de-stretch and shape them, you could, like, you could, like, release the vacuum pressure, I guess. I don't remember exactly how it worked. I don't remember that those things were called, but I was thinking of them just now when I said something about my head being full of sand. Made me think of those toys. When you vacuum packed them, their body had this kind of like gritty like texture because it's full of sand inside. It kind of makes me think of this, like, again, I don't know what it's called, some kind of like fruit flavored candy that has like a really rough texture, it's kind of like a raspberry, but they come in lots of different flavors. I don't know what that candy is, but that candy had sort of the same texture as these toys when they were vacuum, like, sealed or whatever. I remember those, Cows says. Yeah, I don't remember what they were called. I had a couple of them. They were like, I think they made a big version. I think he was supposed to be like, I think he was part of the Stretch Armstrong line. But like they made a big one that was big like Stretch Armstrong, but I had a bunch of little ones. The neighbor kid and I would smack each other with them, much to our mother's distress. I just kind of zoned out. The background is a lovely shade of kryptonite because Lex wins. I'm shocked at how long it took for that to come up. You didn't miss much, Buddha Fingers. I was just reminiscing about some weird, like, action figures I had that were full of sand, and they had a vacuum pump on their head, and they were kind of like a Stretch Armstrong, but they were like little monsters, and they were full of sand. And some kind of candy that had the same texture, but I don't remember what either thing were called. They weren't actually related products, I just am thinking about them at the same time. We've still got to play that game again, too. I mean, after this, I'm looking forward to it. Superman 64 is way better than Echo, but I'm still not happy about it. I never properly finished Superman 64 on hard mode. I kind of remember the muscle guys, but they weren't sand. I don't know if it's the same thing then. I'll have to do some Googling. I'll have to see if I can find what I'm remembering. I'm pretty much positive that the one that I'm thinking of was filled with some sort of sand. I mean, it might not have been actual sand, but it was definitely a sand-like substance. It was like dry. It wasn't like the corn syrup that's inside of a Stretch. If only there was some way to restore my health. Like, even if I had to fight for it, like take out an enemy or something. Oh. The only way to restore your health is not to lose it in the first place, but that's not possible, so I'm really stuck in this an awful situation. Consume the aliens to gain their power. I wish. If only I could. No. Aliens are an excellent source of vitamin ESP. That's good circling. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Develop nightmares about a dolphin game. That's why we had to get this port. Nintendo didn't want to be left behind. I'd play catch up with Sega and steal their best game. I'm watching the clock. I got 8 minutes. I got 8 more minutes of this torment. I'm like a kid sitting in the corner in timeout, just trying to wear the clock down. I like that milk replacement product that they drink on The Simpsons. They've got cartons of milk. And it says, now with vitamin R. That always made me laugh. Vitamin R. No, what am I doing? I'm not doing any good at all at trying to take down this boss. Like, I haven't even been able to remove a single jaw. I've barely gotten rid of his eyeballs a couple times. Oops. Extraterrestrials are high in mercury. It's legalized there. As in the place, not the chemical. Well done. Aliens are probably pretty radioactive. I'm not convinced I ever actually beat this game. I think that was just a fever dream. I think I became delirious and imagined it after being stuck here for so much of my life. No. With small amounts of plutonium. Was the stomach progress or negative progress? The stomach, yeah, the stomach's like a reset. It's like an alternate reset. Like, I can either... It's the same as being sent back to the machine, but it's a slightly less annoying level to suffer through. So it's actually like, if I'm gonna die to the boss, it's better to be sent to the stomach than to be sent back to the machine. but they're really two sides of the same coin, oddly enough. I've never seen a game, I can't think of an example of a game that's ever had this, like, an element of this sort of structure. I mean, I'm sure it must exist, right? But Echo's the only example I can think of a boss that sends you back to the beginning of one of two levels. No! Like, I gave up and let him pull me in. Because I was hoping I'd go to the stomach. Alright, my friends. We crossed the 4-hour mark. I think I'm done with this for tonight. I can't take anymore. It's just abysmal. We'll try it again. We'll try it again someday. I'm not eager to return to this. You made it much farther than I would have. Thank you, cows. Oh, well, I guess we've got to give it another try. We've got a raid coming in. I can't let the raiders down. We've got to let them enjoy a taste of the agony. Hey Nar, welcome in. You almost missed it. I'll play a little bit longer in honor of the raid. Thank you for the raid, Nar. What were you doing tonight? How did your stream go? My stream has been hours of misery. I've just been on the machine for 4 hours. I'm ready to be done with it. Just finished Tecmo World Wrestling. Started Robo Warrior. Are either of those any good? I've never played either game. I don't even know if I've heard of either one. GG on the victory, though. Always glad to hear you report you've conquered another challenge. Robo Warrior is sort of similar to Bomberman. That is not what I would have guessed. I would have guessed a platformer of some type. Wrestling is definitely the CPU lets you do damage sort of thing. Gross. That's kind of what this game is like. I have no hope of victory. I just have to grind attempts until I accidentally succeed. So this is, if you're unfamiliar, my friends, and welcome in again, Raiders. Thank you for coming by. This is Ecco the Dolphin on the Game Boy Advance. It is very, very similar to the Genesis game. It's like same stages and challenges and bosses. There's some slight level alterations, but it's basically the same. There's no music though. There's this one 15-second loop for the whole game. They stripped out all the other music, which is a shame because Ecco actually has pretty decent music for most of the game. The screen is crunched, so you can't see anything. And in this auto-scrolling maze, it's amazing because you actually have to swim off-screen to move around a few obstacles. Because the screen is so crunched, and they did nothing to compensate for the crunch screen. There are checkpoints in this version, which I have heard is because this is based on the Japanese version. Apparently, the Japanese release had checkpoints in it, and they removed them for the Western release. So that's cool. They don't do a whole lot to help because where you need them the most, they don't exist. So it's we go through this awful level, and we make it to the boss. And if the boss kills us, it erases all of our checkpoints, and we start this level from the top again. And that's all I've been doing for 4 hours. I found a level that I didn't know exists though, because if you die to the boss normally, you go back to this stage. But if the boss eats Echo, then you don't go back to this stage. You go to an alternate stage called the Stomach. And it's still the same thing, where you go through the stage and then you have to fight the boss. And if you die, you get sent back. But it's weird. It's so weird. There's an alternate stage. Never seen anything like it. Sounds fair and fun. If I made a game, I would have 10 checkpoints at the start of the stage. Brutal. Why is he called Ecco the Dolphin? Welcome in, Streaming Fist. My guess is because, like an echo repeats. And when you play this game, you're going to be repeating this stage for a few hundred tries. That's my hypothesis. So it's rough. It's rough. This game is rough. It's not fun. I don't recommend it. It will extinguish all joy, hope, and happiness in your heart. It's not an experience I can recommend subjecting yourself to. The screen looks obnoxious. You can't see anything. Oh, just some of the worst parts are still yet to come in the maze, too. I knew it was going to be bad. I knew going into it. I played the Genesis game before, right? So when I played the Genesis game, I was stuck on this stage for 21 hours. We've done it just over 4, so I still have about 17 hours left to beat my PB. I knew it was going to be bad, but I really regret my decision to play this. Hey Tuesday, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you, Master Tuesday. Did you know the band Taylor Swift is named after one of the band members? It's one of their names. Exactly spelled the same. I just thought that was the rule. I thought all bands were like that. telling me John, Paul, George, and Ringo didn't all have the last name Beatle? That's the part where you have to swim off the screen right there. Genesis version scared the heck out of me as a kid. I thought the game was just cruising around that first area. Then everybody gets sucked into a black hole. It's pretty alarming. It's pretty alarming. They probably did, Streaming Fist says. All right, good. Happy Tuesday to you too. If you're able to have one while playing Echo. Well, we're going to make one more run at the boss. We're just lucky 4 guys named Red Hot Chili and Peppers all found each other in RSS. Hey Leo, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I'm going to get through the machine one more time, and then we're going to face the boss. And when I get sent back, I'm going to play until I get sent back to the start of the machine again. So we'll see how quickly that happens. But we're about to switch over to our second game for the night. We're going to play Wario Land. I've been working on I started Wario Land 3 last week. It's first playthrough, and it's all right. I enjoy Wario games. I don't like it as much as Wario Land 2. I don't think the way the levels are structured is very odd, and I'm not really a fan of what they tried to do with it. But I mean, even the worst day spent Warioing is better than the best day spent echoing, so. That's not really saying a whole lot, because Echo is so bad, but you get what I mean. Yeah, Game Boy Color. I've been playing a lot of portable games. Here lately. No! I don't usually mess that part up so badly. I've only seen you play this like 5 times, and I'm already sympathetically annoyed. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. I have no idea what killed me that time. Yeah, that made less than no sense. Oh, I almost died. No, where am I going? There we go. That's the part right there where you gotta drive off to the screen to the right there. Oh, it's horrible. It's the worst thing. It's the absolute worst. That's awful. Sorry, we hit a new checkpoint. So yeah, this is not, I don't think, I'd hope that, you know, my experience with the Genesis game would have meant that this would have been slightly less awful, but this is exactly like our Genesis playthrough, so I don't think this is going to be a game that we grind consistently. I think this is going to be something that I'm going to throw on the schedule about once a week, and we're just gonna live with it in like these occasional large doses until I make my way through it. I don't think it's something that practice is going to help me with. I think it's all just going to be a matter of pure luck. So, kind of like last time. I wouldn't expect to see this on the schedule again this week. And that's it. The glyphs are checkpoints, yeah. But they erase when you die at the boss. So it's like Ninja Gaiden. The boss erases your checkpoints. So it's kind of meaningless. Oh. But that's it, my friends. That's this miserable experience. We did a bonus round. Yep, back to the beginning. Yep, that's what it's like every time. It's the worst. This game is trash. This game is awful. It's a bad game. The people who made this game are mean. I don't like them. And I don't like the game that they made. Lovely misery for another time. Yeah, we'll probably put this. I'll probably be on the schedule again next week. I don't think I'll play it again this week. I think, like I said, I think we'll do it. We'll do 4 hours a week. I think that's all we need. Boy, I hate this game. I might throw it on, like, you know, some night too if we finish. I might throw it on randomly some night, like if we finish up what I had scheduled and we have, like, you know, an extra hour or two, and I don't have anything else I want to do, we might throw it on and suffer through it randomly. But so far as when it's going to be scheduled, I would say probably once a week. I think that's all we need to subject ourselves to it. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about this game at all. I can't wait to be done with it. So I'm going to take a BRB, my friends. I'm going to step away for just a few minutes. Thank you for being by my side through this agony. There'll be plenty more to enjoy in the future. It'll happen again and again and again, I'm sure. But, yeah, I'm going to step away. We're going to switch games. We're going to put on something that makes me not regret every decision I've ever made in my life. We're going to play something fun. We're going to get back into Wario Land 3. So if you want to join me for that, just stand by. I'll be right back with you.